arrival of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic of the Philippines.
The 10th session of the Senate and the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. The chamber will be led in prayer by distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Almighty God and loving Father, who governs not only the heavens but also the whole earth, we praise you and exalt your holy name in our midst. You alone deserve our worship and adoration. As we open our session today, we pray for your divine guidance and blessings. We recognize, O God, that without you, we can do nothing. When you told Moses in the Old Testament to go ahead, Moses said that if you will not go with them, they will not proceed. In the same way, we pray that your presence be with us in our session today and in all our future endeavors. Kami ay nagdarasal para sa lahat ng Pilipino, lalo na sa panahong ito na nakakaranas ang bansa ng hirap sa pamumuhay dahil sa mataas na presyo upang mabuhay. Gayon din ang mamatay at ang pamamahala ng gobyerno. Nawa kami ay iyong patnubayan na makabuo ng kolektibo at nagkakaisang mga pamamaraan upang maiangat ang pamumuhay ng taong bayan. We pray that you bless our Senate President with wisdom, fairness, and understanding as he leads our chamber, especially today as he tries to explore ways to facilitate our work, all for the good of the Filipino people. When we decide on matters before us, may we draw from the wisdom found in the book of Micah 6, verse 8. You have been told, O mortal, what is good and what the Lord requires of you, only to do justice and to love goodness and to walk humbly with your God. Ipagkaloob po ninyo sa amin ang katapangan na isulong ang katarungan, magtanggol sa mga karapatan at pangangailangan ng taong bayan, lalo na sa mga napag-iiwanan at malubha ang kalagayan. Teach us to love goodness, acting justly, showing kindness, compassion, and understanding, and to extend forgiveness to one another as we strive to find common ground in creating a harmonious society. Gabayan niyo po kami upang maging mapagkumbaba. Ipaalala sa amin na ang aming pagpapasya ay may pangmahabaang epekto at ang aming katungkulan ay may kaakibat na responsibilidad. We offer our humble gratitude for your constant support, continuous blessings and protection to our nation, and we surrender ourselves to your divine will. In your boundless mercy, please hear our prayer and lead the Senate towards the path of purpose and fulfillment. In your holy name we pray, amen.
Amen. Please remain standing as the AUP Celestial Echoes will lead us singing the Philippine National Anthem and a song called Iduyan Mo.
Bayang magiliw, pero sa silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisiin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simuyan, sa langit mong bughaw, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglaya minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdinigdig. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pag may limang didilim. Lupa ng hararan, mahating pagsinta, may langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Secretary, please call the roll of members. My apologies, another song. My apologies.
Ituyan mo ang duyan ko, unti-unting itulak mo at babalik sa isip ko nung dati lang sa kanlungan mo. Iduyan mo ang duyan ko, duyan unti-unting itulak at pakikinggan ang awit mo sa liwanag ng buwan. Mahihimbing ako. Iduyan, iduyan, iduyan ang duyan ko. Iduyan, itulak mo, itulak mo, mananaginip habang mundo'y tahimik. Tila agil ang piling, maabot ng langit. Iduyan ang ulan, iduyan mo. Iduyan ang ulan, itulak mo. At kung maaaring ibig ang mundo babalik, sana iduyan, sana iduyan ang duyan ko, duyan ko muli. Duyan mo. Sana ituyan, sana ituyan ang duyan ko
Very nice. Mga Adventist, magagaling talaga kumanta. Thank you very much to AUP Celestial Echoes. Truly heavenly and celestial voices. Congratulations and thank you for rendering us your service today. Maraming salamat guys. Salamat. Galing, galing. Super nice. Very nice. Very nice. Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With the 21 members present, Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader. Yes, Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Mr. President, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I would like to make a brief manifestation and thank our choir today. Actually, that song is very meaningful to me. That was a song that was composed for the movie Aguila, which starred FPJ at the time in 1980, directed by Eddie Romero, a national artist. But what's really significant about it is it's a story about the journey of a man from the time he was born until later on in life, when he kind of became a hermit. And then his son approached him. The son is Christopher De Leon, and approached FPJ in the end and said, "Ang tagal kitang hinanap," because the dad was missing for a long time. He was doing a lot of things, and the father replied, "Wag mong linlangin ang inyong sarili. Sasabihin na akong iyong hinahanap. Ang hinahanap mo ay kahulugan." And I think that's also what it is in our lives. We're looking for meaning in our lives, not one particular person, but what we can do for the greater good. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
President.
you for that wise words of wisdom, Madam Grace. Maybe we can ask Senator Grace Poe that one day, Senator Grace, maka one day we can have a movie marathon of the movies of your father, if we're still available.
Yes.
We'd love to see your movies. Yes.
Digitally restored.
Perfect. Digital.
Thank you. Thank you to our dear colleague, Senator Grace Balagtas Poe. Mr. President, at this juncture, may I be allowed to, first of all, greet our distinguished colleague, our Deputy Majority Leader, who is celebrating his birthday today, August 14, no other than Senator Mark Villar. We wish him a happy birthday.
I wish him a very happy birthday, and we suspend session for 1 minute just to greet Senator Villar.
To greet Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, may I also acknowledge and put into the records of this August chamber that we have with us the family and friends of the late Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago. Our good friend, Tito Jun Narciso Santiago Jr. is here.
Yes, former
Miss-
Undersecretary.
Yes, Mr. President, former Cabinet Secretary, Ms. Delia Luis Bermejo, Chairman William Ramirez, Mr. Ray Anthony David, Dr. Elizabeth Del Rio. Also with us is Governor Susan Yap of Tarlac, our good friend, is here, Mr. President. Masbate Governor Antonio Co is also here, Mr. President. Honorable Gina Ong Silvano, Board Member and President of the Philippine Councilors League of Northern Samar, is also here. And the members of the Philippine Air Force Multi-Sector Governance Council Secretariat led by Colonel Joycelyn Antig. We welcome them in this August chamber.
To all our guests, welcome to your Senate. Welcome to the Philippine Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 9th Session, Wednesday, August 9, 2023, and consider the same as approved.
If there is no objection to the motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 7413. This is the bill on Senator Miriam P. Defensor Santiago Avenue. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on August 10, 2023 in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution.
There be no objection to the motion is approved. We ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure, proceed with the roll call vote.
An act renaming the Agham Road and the BIR Road stretching from North Avenue, traversing through Quezon Avenue, up to East Avenue, all located in Quezon City as Senator Miriam P. Defensor Santiago Avenue. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva,
Yes.
Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. And Senator Allen, of course, and the affirmative. With 22 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstentions, House Bill number 7413 is approved on third reading. We congratulate the sponsors and the family of Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago.
Mr. President,
Our
yes, the
distinguished chairman
is
and
seeking the floor.
sponsor.
May I move that he be recognized, Senator Bong Revilla Jr.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa ngalan ng ating mga bisita ngayong hapon. Attorney Narciso Jun Santiago, the husband of the late Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago, as well as their family and friends. We thank our colleagues for the swift passage of this measure, which our former colleague has deservedly earned. With all members being co-sponsors and a number of our colleagues being authors, Senator Angara, Senator Cayetano, Lapid, Senator Villanueva, Senator Tolentino, Villar, and along with senators who expressed their intent to co-author the same, Senator Legarda and Senator Lapid. And of course, our Senate President. Malinaw na sumasalamin ito sa ating nagkakaisang pagtingala at paghanga hindi lamang sa mga nakamit, kundi sa mga makabuluhang kontribusyon ni Senator Miriam sa ngalan ng lipunan noong siya ay nabubuhay pa. She has truly left a legacy that to this day serves as our guiding light in our quest towards providing our countrymen with the kind of service she has espoused her whole life. Public service punctuated by integrity and honor, standing courageously by the line of fire without fear nor bias, and always advocating for the welfare of the people above all else. Senator Miriam, wherever you are now, please know that you are and will always be a North Star in this chamber where your voice once echoed. And to your family present here today, we thank you for lending Senator Miriam to the Filipino people. Salamat dahil ibinahagi nyo sa amin hanggang sa mga huling araw ng kanyang buhay, si Senator Miriam. Kaya Senator Miriam, saludo po kami sa inyo. Mahal na mahal po namin kayo at hindi po namin kayo malilimutan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, my distinguished sponsor.
Mr. President, a lot of our colleagues are asking me whether or not they can be also become co-authors of the measure. I just want to put on record that I already moved that all members
Yes.
are
Sponsors.
sponsor of the measure. May I just be allowed, Mr. President, as one of the principal authors of the measure, to just say a little
Please continue.
something, Mr. President.
Please
Mr.
proceed.
President, distinguished colleagues, thank you. We congratulate, of course, first of all, the sponsor of the measure, Senator Revilla, for the approval of House Bill number 7413 on third reading, renaming Agham Road and BIR Road as Senator Miriam P. Defensor Santiago Avenue. We also congratulate and thank the family of the late great Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago for being with us here today, especially Tito June. You know, Mr. President, with the passage of this measure, the nation will forever celebrate and honor Senator Miriam for the great leader and lawmaker that she was and for her immense contributions to our eternally grateful country. To our young people, she was a rock star, Mr. President. Not only because of her wit and sense of humor, but also because of her bold and moral leadership, Mr. President. I was a first-termer and the youngest member of Congress when I first met the great Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago, as she was also called MDS, Mr. President. We were both members of the Commission on Appointments during my third term, and we met numerous times in the BICAM conference of several measures throughout the years. She also strongly endorsed my candidacy and included this representation in her senatorial lineup in 2016, for which I will be forever honored, grateful, and thankful. Much of my political life, my advocacies, and attributes as a public official were hugely influenced by the great MDS. Sa pagpasa po, Ginoong Pangulo, ng panukalang batas na ito, na atin din buong inakda, dalangin po natin na habang buhay na mamayani ang alaala at kontribusyon ni Senator Miriam sa larangan ng politika at kasaysayan ng ating bayan, at magsilbi siyang inspirasyon para sa mga susunod na henerasyon ng mga Pilipino, lalo na po ng mga kabataan. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Pagpalain tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos.
Thank you very much. Our distinguished colleague from San Juan, Senator Jingo Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to associate myself with the speech of the sponsor, my good friend, Senator Bong Revilla. Indeed, Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago is indeed the term that he used is a North Star here in the Senate. In fact, Mr. President, when I was a neophyte senator, she was my first mentor. If my memory serves me right, I was the one who called up her husband, Undersecretary June Santiago, to set an appointment with me. And she was very, very accommodating when I first met her in her residence. And I asked her what to do in the Senate. And then she was the one who taught me how to deal with the media, how to deal with our fellow senators. And she was the one who taught me how to deliver my speech. And in fact, she was really very, very unselfish in teaching or in mentoring the neophytes in the Senate. And I am very, very grateful for that. Senator Miriam, saan ka man naroon, tandaan nyo, mahal ka pa namin. Mahal po namin kayo. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. And if I may, Majority Leader, if I may also give a brief manifestation to the family of Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago, the Filipino people. I'm extremely grateful to have the honor to have served with Senator Miriam from 2007 to 2011. She was like a mother to many of us. She had a feisty appearance on TV, and she was a very feisty woman, firebrand of leadership and performance. But in the halls of Congress, particularly in the lounge, tama po sinabi ni Senator Jinggoy, she was like a mother to all of us, always concerned about our health, always concerned, asking us how we're doing in our personal life. And she was very loving and caring, so much so that she will help in the passage of several of our measures. You know, she'll say, Migs, send me your bills so I can help you to make sure it is constitutional. So that's what I would do with the proposed measures that I would have had. I would always pass it to her office, and she'd make it improve it even much better than it was before, to keep it constitutional and within the boundaries of the law and our Constitution. When I became a majority leader, I thought I'd have a difficult time. In 2008, I was elected as majority floor leader of that Congress. I thought I'd have a difficult time dealing with Tita Miriam. But you know, I had the most wonderful time dealing with her. She was so caring for the institution. She loved the institution. And she loved working as a senator of the Republic of the Philippines. And we all gained knowledge from that. As a matter of fact, I made a newbie mistake. When I entered in the Senate in 2007, within about 6 months' time, I debated on her on a particular issue, which was the biofuels law. And I made a mistake to debate with Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago. Who am I? I'm a neophyte senator. And of course, the media made mincemeat out of me, but that was my learning experience. And the next week, I came back with a bouquet. I don't know if my staff remembers. I gave her 24 roses, a bouquet of roses here in the plenary, and I personally apologized to her for stepping out of my bounds, particularly on that issue. That was my first and only newbie mistake, was to debate with a pillar of the Philippine Senate, one of the pillars of the Philippine Senate. So once again, this honor is a small token of what she should be honored throughout the Philippines. She should be given all the accolades and honors because she was an excellent legislator and an excellent senator. So to the family, our deepest congratulations and our warmest thanks. As Senator Jinggoy said, our warmest thanks for sharing her to the Filipino people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sure a lot of our colleagues would like to make a short manifestation. May I just move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Aurora, Senator Sani Angara.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Sani Angara is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Congrats po sa pamilya ni dating Senadora Miriam, Yusek Jun, at kanyang mga kaibigan, la Chairman Butch, Mr. Ray. Just like our Majority Leader, in-endorso din po tayo nung tumakbo tayo nung 2013. In fact, we had a very popular advertisement together. It reminds me, I want to look at it, watch it again for old time's sake. And I was lucky, kahit 3 years lang po kami magkasama, napakarami po niyang naipasang galing at dunong sa amin. And of course, her history with my father goes a long way back to their days at the University of the Philippines when he was president. She was the most popular professor at the UP College of Law. Kasi very animated yung kanyang mga lectures. At of course, her brilliance was evident. Kitang-kita po yung galing niya kahit hindi pa siya nasa politika noon. As a professor of constitutional law and other subjects, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, she went on to become a judge and one of the most, could have been our president, actually, was just a few votes shy of being our president. So I was also lucky kasi ginawa niya akong vice chair nung Committee on Foreign Affairs. The other vice chair was then Senator Bongbong Marcos. So we're lucky to have served under her. She tasked me and trusted me to defend some of the treaties that the committee passed. So I'm very thankful. As a newbie, nakuha natin yung karanasan na yon at nandoon po yung utang na loob natin sa kanya at sa kanyang pamilya. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Your Honors.
Mr. President, next to make a short manifestation is our distinguished Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I move that she be
Our
recognized.
distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. In the presence and within the hearing of her loving family and friends, may I also add this short but very sweet recollection about Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago. First of all, that she, together with Senator Pia, were our irreplaceable champions for the then reproductive health bill here in the Senate. While then and now again, Representative Edsel Lagman and I and other colleagues in the House of Representatives were working on it in the other house. And Senator Miriam was one of those who faithfully shepherded the bill all throughout the long, torturous process, even after it was passed into law, when it spent another year in arguments in the Supreme Court, until finally, these past many years, it has been implemented by our Department of Health and attached agencies. And lastly, but not the least also, hindi ko na po idedetalye, Mr. President, but I will also never forget the many instances of girl talk or woman talk with Senator Miriam. Always something unforgettable for her sisters, not just here in the legislature, but in our whole country. So I know you can hear us, Senator Miriam. Damo gid nga salamat. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Madam, inyong salamat.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senators Legarda and Lapid would also like to insert into the records their manifestations, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Again, we wanted to put on record how much we sincerely love our dear Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago. With that, Mr. President, I will move for a minute suspension.
Yes, we move to suspend to greet the family and proceed to our caucus.
Yes, Mr.
So
President.
once again, congratulations to the family of Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago. This institution loves her deeply. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, at this juncture and with the permission of the body, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2233 under Committee Report number 71. This is the Bill on Public-Private Partnership Act. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved, and we'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator J.V. Ercito, and who should interpolate, Your Honor.
To continue his interpellation. First to interpellate, Mr. President, is the distinguished minority leader of this August chamber, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that
Our
he be recognized, Mr.
Thank you very
President.
much, Majority Leader. Our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Calino Coco Pimentel III is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our chairman, if we could start our interpellation on Senate Bill number 2233 under Committee Report number 71.
Yes, certainly. Mr. President, we always take note of the interjections of the minority leader, and it's really aimed in enhancing the bill.
Yes, Mr. President, let us start by understanding the bill, Mr. President. May we know, Mr. President, what is the main objective of our measure?
Mr. President, prior to this measure, we had the BOT law, no, which has been in existence for more than 30 years. But we feel that we do need to address some certain issues, like in this PPP Act. Number one, we seek to address the ambiguities in the existing law, address the bottlenecks and challenges affecting the implementation of the PPP program, and foster a more competitive enabling environment for PPP, Mr. President, so that also it will encourage more players, more investments, especially foreign investments who might be interested, so that they would know which process, which agencies. Now that there will be one agency that would be in charge, that is the PPP Center, for all the requirements and the things that they would need, no, that they'll be interested in.
Mr. President, how long have we had PPPs here in the Philippines, public-private partnerships?
BOT pa rin. Under the original BOT law, Mr. President, Your Honor, it was until in the 1990s. We've already gone into PPP projects, but under the old BOT law.
Yes, so kung 1990s, mga 30 plus years na po tayo nag-i-implement ng PPPs.
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor. In 1990, actually, the Congress enacted the first BOT law in Asia. Government, private sector gained valuable insights on lessons learned from good and bad projects in the past 33 years. So we're hoping, Your Honor, that amending the BOT law will, as I mentioned, address ambiguities in the existing law and address the bottlenecks and challenges affecting the implementation of the program. And hopefully, it will speed up this time, because the common complaint, Your Honor, Mr. President, that the PPP takes a long while, no? If, especially if it has to be approved by NEDA, so medyo matagal po eh. Sometimes they say that, tapos na yung termino ng presidente, that's the only time that it will be approved. So now that under the new administration, this has been addressed, that's why we want to already institutionalize this, so that it will now be faster, Your Honor, Mr. President. If you notice, if you recall, Your Honor, before, ang joke nga dito, yung PPP, dahil nga sa bagal, PPP, puro PowerPoint presentation. So, that's why now, just to give an example, when the new administration took over, a usual PPP project would take about 2 to 5 years before it can be approved. But now, for example, the T-Plex extension only took about 9 weeks, no? Magkasama na yung studies, complete submission of our requirements and programs. NAIA, the rehabilitation, only took 6 weeks, Your Honor, Mr. President. So there's a considerable improvement already, not from the old BPP, Your Honor.
So, Mr. President, the sponsor mentioned TPLEX and NAIA. Those are examples of PPP projects.
Yes, Your Honor, that were approved under the new administration.
Okay.
TPLEX extension that from Rosario.
Yes.
Rosario onwards, and the NAIA rehabilitation. So
Okay.
from but 2 to 5 years, it's 9 weeks, and it only took 9 weeks and 6 weeks. So that's a
Okay.
far cry from the old PPP program.
So these time periods mentioned by our sponsor, Mr. President, the 9 weeks for TPLEX extension and the 6 weeks for NAIA rehabilitation, are the time periods for the approval of the.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, from complete submission of the requirements to NEDA approval. So that NEDA used to meet only once in 6 months before, but now almost every month. That's why there's very a big improvement already in at the pace that how PPP projects are now being approved, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So congratulations to those who are involved in our PPP processes. But these 2 examples, the expediting of the procedure, were achieved under existing law, Mr. President. So if it can be done under existing law, what's the point, or what's the reason why we need to amend the existing laws and rules, Mr. President?
Yes, you're correct, Mr. President. But given the experience in the past 30 years of the BOT and the PPP projects under the BOT law, the average approval, submission up until approval is 2 to 5 years. It's only under this administration that they really hastened it. So 9 weeks, 6 weeks from complete submission until up to approval of NEDA. So we want it to be institutionalized, Mr. President, no? So that, you know, in the future PPP projects and investment projects, we will now be able to move forward. Because probably, Mr. President, Your Honor, one of the reasons why our country is lagging behind in terms of investments, in terms of infrastructure especially, against our ASEAN neighbors, is because we are quite slow in approving a lot of these projects and programs, Your Honor, Mr. President. So we're hoping that through this, we will be able to catch up, no? In terms of, especially in terms of infrastructure development, which I think, Your Honor, Mr. President, my own estimates that we're about 30 years behind. So we're hoping that aside from the government projects, to ODA, to other projects, through PPP can help stimulate and help in our infra development, Your Honor.
So to what agency, Mr. President, or to whom will we attribute the positive changes in the approval process, Mr. President? For TPLEX, for example, TPLEX extension, who discovered the formula, Mr. President, na from 5 years normal procedure time, naging 9 weeks? Sino po? Who is responsible, and who should be given credit?
Actually, Your Honor, Mr. President, it was initiated by the President himself. As I mentioned before, NEDA board meets only twice a year on the average. But with President Marcos, it was his directive that NEDA board would meet every month, if possible. So this formula was initiated by the President along with the Investment Coordination Committee, Investment Coordination Committee, or the Cabinet Committee, and the NEDA board, and together with the PPP Center, Mr. President.
Sige, pagdating po, Mr. President, sa TPLEX extension tsaka sa NAIA rehabilitation, mabilis ang pagka-approve and we will give the credit to the NEDA board or NEDA ICC and the PPP Center. Yun pa ba? Is that it?
And DOF, Your Honor, Mr.
And the
President.
DOF. O, sige. So we will give credit where credit is due. But the frequency of the NEDA board meetings was mentioned by our sponsor. So under presidential directive, they now meet every month. They used to meet twice a year. So under this bill, are we mandating the frequency of the NEDA board meetings?
Tsaka pwede na rin yung approval. Yes, Your Honor. That's why we want this to be institutionalized. We can mandate the NEDA board to meet monthly so that the projects can be approved faster. And likewise, it is also we also want to have an amendment later on.
Is that in the bill, Mr. President? The frequency or the period when the NEDA board should meet, is that in the bill?
Not yet, Your Honor. So we
Yes,
plan to introduce an amendment and likewise to put a timeline of 150 days for approval upon submission of projects. So we will have a timeline so that things will go will move faster, Your Honor.
150 days. Okay, sige po. And then what would be just in case the deadline is not met, Mr. President, there is no decision at the end of the period, what will happen to the proposal? Deemed approved or deemed rejected? For guide, ano ba yung 150 days guideline?
Pag hindi nakaka.
Hindi, pero wala tayong pag-rate. Hindi, meron din sila, may isang deemed approved, may isang deemed rejected. Unsolicited yata, deemed rejected. Isang deemed approved.
If they do not act on it. Your Honor, Mr. President, according to the PPP Center and the DOF staff that in the current bill, they will be liable or punishable if they do not act on accordingly. No, if the projects are submitted, then but if you have we will be open to any amendments, no, that any suggestions you may have, so that they will be obliged, no, to act on the projects, no, that would be submitted, Your Honor.
As currently written, Mr. President, may we know what is the rule that we have in the measure? Because we are giving a time period, and then if the period lapses and there is still no decision yet, what does the measure provide? Aside from sanctions to the decision makers who did not act.
Your Honor, it's on the bill. Here, we found it already. The failure of the appropriate approving body to render its decision on the project within the specified period shall be deemed an approval thereof. And the implementing agency concerned may proceed with the procurement of the PPP project without prejudice to any liability that the erring or negligent officials or employees may incur under existing laws. So it's in the bill, Mr. President, that it will be deemed approved in case they do not act on it.
Yes, but subject to that. But subject.
If they do not act on it, but subject to penalties, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President, but I'm not interested in sending more people to jail or sanctioning more people.
Deep approved.
Yun na nga, doon lang tayo nakatingin. So why did we choose that rule, Mr. President? Why is that our rule that if not acted upon or no decision, by the approving body at the end of the period given under the law, the project or submission shall be deemed approved.
Well, Your Honor, Mr. President, based on experience also that there are projects that have been submitted, completed documents, plans, everything, studies, but it takes months or years that they do not act on it, no, on purpose. So in other words, kumbaga in our own language, inuupuan, sinasadyang upuan. So that we wanted it, we included it to be deemed approved in case they do not act on it. So they have to act on it whether to approve or disapprove, Your Honor, Mr. President. Para maiwasan na po, no, yung iniupuan or that projects will just be there, no, be left hanging, Your Honor.
For the record, Mr. President, kung sinasadyang inuupuan, iba po yun. I mean, there's bad faith there. So talagang dapat i-sanction yan. But why, yun, balik tayo dun sa rule po natin that we want the rule to be that just in case hindi ma-actionan, whether sinadyang hindi ina-actionan or talagang hindi na-actionan within the time period, why did we choose the default rule that it shall be deemed approved? Hindi po ba delikado yun that we are actually now disregarding the importance of our approval process, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, most of these projects are infrastructure projects that are expected to deliver services and also stimulate investment and bring so that we can proceed to the next level. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. President, we have really a lot of catching up to do with our ASEAN neighbors, and we really have to do something drastic, no, like this, so that things will move faster, so that upon submission of proposed PPP projects, hopefully the board will approve right away in less than 150 days. So that's why we are putting a timeline so that things will start moving from now on, no? Because in the past, in the past 30 years, the approval has really been not so, as we can say, it takes about 2 to 5 years, no? So it's quite slow. So anyway, some projects will be subject to regulation anyway, Your Honor, Mr. President.
May we know, Mr. President, where the 150 days mentioned by the sponsor is found in the bill?
It's a proposed amendment section.
Your Honor, Mr. President, actually in this present bill, there is no time period, no? But that's an amendment that we would want to propose so that it will further hasten approval of the projects, no? So that again, we will as mentioned earlier, we would want to require NEDA to meet every month and likewise approve all of these projects within 150 days from the time of submission up to NEDA board approval. So this will just be a proposed amendment in the period of amendment, Your Honor.
Mr. President, does the sponsor have a list already of the upcoming amendments to be proposed so that at least we will be guided already in our interpellation? Mga ilan po ba ito? Kasi, saan mo nahanap yan?
Today?
Approving body.
Your Honor, Mr. President, our amendments, the major is just the timeline, no, that we have been discussing, and the others are just the improvement and cleanup of the measure, Your Honor. So that will be the major. That's the only major amendment that we have right now. Will be the timeline that we will be setting.
Sige po, we want to be, ano na, we want
We-
to be,
Actually, Your Honor, we can offer to submit the
Oh.
proposed amendments
So that we
today,
will-
so
we
that
will
you can
be-
already review.
we will be guided during our interpellation, once, in the continuation of our interpellation. Mr. President, so the sponsor, Your Honor, mentioned that since these are very important infrastructure projects, they cannot be delayed. So our default rule is if the approving body will not act, the proposal is deemed approved.
Yes, Your Honor. So in 150 days.
If these are so important infrastructure projects, Mr. President, how come they are not in the GAA, Mr. President?
Wait, no. See, the private sector is willing to finance it. That's something to be identified as finance.
Parang mo ba, 7.
Anything, value for money hands. That must be.
Sa mga PPP, nakalista na yan. On highway. So wala. So that's why it's not.
Bakit?
Your Honor, Mr. President, there are a number of infrastructure projects under the PPP scheme, no, that are entirely privately initiated, no, from the studies to the design and even financing, no. Just to give you an example, the Tiplex extension as well, the MRT 7, and also the Skyway 3 an extension. These are all entirely financed by San Miguel, for example, Mr. President. So that would not reflect anymore in the GAA, Your Honor, Mr. President, because the financing is entirely done by the private sector, Your Honor.
So does that mean that the PPP projects are from the very start conceived by the private sector, Mr. President? That's why they do not find themselves to be included in the NEP, Mr. President?
Yun. Yung initiated. Yung solicited sa atin.
Ang seed idea ba sa PPP projects ay nanggagaling parati sa private sector, Mr. President?
Your Honor, there are two types of PPP projects, no? That is solicited and unsolicited. So solicited is initiated by government and with the help of the private sector or the private entity that is interested in undertaking the big, for example, the big infrastructure project. The unsolicited is initiated entirely by the private sector, Your Honor, Mr. President. Just like, yung mga San Miguel, lahat sila, unsolicited.
Di ba? Ibig sabihin, ako makaisip ako.
For example, Your Honor, Mr. President, MRT 7 and the Tiplex are what we consider as unsolicited because it's entirely done by the private sector. But NAIA, rehabilitation, it will be PPP but solicited because it's the government who initiated this project, Your Honor.
Hanapin mo yung section sa solicited. Ano? Page 6 of it.
If I may add, Your Honor, Mr. President, sometimes you might be asking why does government even consider unsolicited proposals? Government considers unsolicited proposals because the private sector may have ideas previously not considered or thought of by the government. And second, the scarce resources and constraints like fiscal and absorptive capacity of the government, especially post-pandemic, makes it challenging for the government to execute all of its priority projects at the same time. So by allowing private sector participation in an unsolicited proposal involving priority projects will drive an infrastructure push and ensure that more priority projects can be done, Your Honor. So just imagine, Your Honor, Mr. President, the Skyway three extension, Metro Manila, MRT 7, hopefully when it becomes operation, the T-Plex being unsolicited projects under PPP have really helped a lot our situation, especially in Metro Manila. Just imagine if there's no Skyway 3 project, no, that Metro Manila will still have we will still have a horrendous traffic. Oh, well, it is all still terrible, but it will be worse, no? So I think the unsolicited projects under the PPP has really helped a lot improve the situation at least.
So, Mr. President, I'm very interested in this concept of unsolicited proposals because I do not completely understand it. So, is that, as explained by the sponsor, captured in our definition of terms? Ang solicited proposal, according to our definition of terms, page 6, line 13. Solicited proposal refers to a submission by the private proponent to bid for a PPP project through open, fair, transparent, and competitive public bidding initiated by the implementing agency subject to Section 9 of this Act. Ang ibig po bang sabihin sa solicited proposal is that the project is found in a listing of PPP projects. That's the solicited proposal. Tama po ba yan? There is a list.
No, not necessarily. Wala naman sa
Yes, it's the VIP.
Yes, Your Honor. Solicited proposals are found in the PIP, the Public Investments Program, Your Honor. The solicited of NEDA.
Okay. So the NEDA, that's the government agency now, is in possession of the master list of projects open to PPP rules or PPP financing, PPP regulations. Tama po yun. So,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay,
That is correct.
from that list will come the solicited proposals by the implementing agency. Okay. Now,
That is correct. Your Honor.
okay, the opposite is the unsolicited proposal, meaning to say that even that project subject of the unsolicited proposal does not appear in the list for PPP projects. Sa inyo section 10 naman lang.
Wala sa list na
Pwedeng gawing
Oo nga, absent para kasama kayo sa atin.
Yes. Yung nasa solicited.
But would it be safe?
Yung tanong ba niya pwede yung solicited? What's the question? Yung solicited can be...
Oo, pwede bang magkaya ng solicited sa solicited?
Okay. In case that the private want to undertake from the stance. Yeah, Your Honor, under the PPP Act, there are no restrictions on the submission of an unsolicited proposal that is already identified as solicited. The unsolicited proposal only needs to comply with procedures and conditions set for such unsolicited proposal, including the reimbursement of any development cost already expended. This is allowed to give flexibility on the part of implementing agency to consider the most advantageous way of implementing a PPP project. And in some instances, proceeding with an unsolicited proposal might make more sense if the implementation or completion may be achieved at a faster pace. Going back to your question, Your Honor, Mr. President, that solicited proposals may become unsolicited if the private sector would like to take the initiative and shoulder the cost, no, from the studies, because it's not always that it's not due to our fiscal space. Hindi naman lahat lagi tayo we have funds, no? So if if a proponent would initiate, it can the solicited project can become an unsolicited uh, project, no? So that it will be initiated from the study sa lahat, no? And also even the expenses incurred by the government will be
This unsolicited can be.
will be duly reimbursed, Your Honor, Mr. President. If I may be allowed also,
Mr. President, we just got confused with the statement that the solicited proposal can become an unsolicited proposal. I mean, is that
para pag
a
initiate,
solicited proposal can be treated as an unsolicited proposal?
tama ba? Para yung private to.
Ang solicited proposal means it was the implementing agency, the government, which sought the
Pag-initiate na
participation of the private sector, Mr. President.
Direct-
Paano mo mabubura yun? When you sought the
government.
participation of the private sector, how can we pretend that we did not seek the participation of the private sector?
Unsolicited, pwede mag-decide government going straight na.
Okay. Total as a paano solicited, become unsolicited.
Dahil wala tayong pera pag project development. Development cost. Mga $1 to $2 million kasi magpapagawa ng feasibility study.
Hindi, ako gusto sabihin. Solicited.
So, if the private, if a proponent wants to undertake, we will reimburse para mag-solicit.
Dapat pa may nagastos na yung gobyerno.
Hindi nag-reach out si government sa like. Dapat kasi nasa listahan ka tsaka nag-reach out si government sa solicited.
Hindi yung tanong niya kasi bakit kailangan maging
Reversing the talks.
Pagka pumayag lang kasi.
yung government.
Negative one.
Your Honor, Mr. President, if the government only allows, no, that project, going back to your query, that is considered solicited, may become unsolicited if project is not moving, for example, because for example, just to give you an idea, a feasibility study alone costs about $1 to $2 million already, no? So if that it's not always that we have that amount ready in our GAA. So if for example a proponent is willing to undertake this program or this project, if need be, they may even reimburse government if in case they have already, if government already has some cost already incurred for the solicited projects, Your Honor.
When the solicited proposal becomes an unsolicited proposal, do we still have the same private proponent, Mr. President? Or in the example, nag-iba na yung private proponent?
Wala pa.
Pang private.
Hindi, pero ibig sabihin wala pang ganitong nangyari. It hasn't happened here.
Hirap talaga.
Ina lang naman natin, 10-8, diba?
I-correct nila sarili. Alam ko naman.
Your Honor, this has not happened yet, but what we are just saying is that it can also happen. Just in case a project is stalled, but it's a priority project, and if any proponent would want to undertake it, then that's the only time it can be converted into what or classified as an unsolicited proposal, Your Honor.
Well, at any rate, Mr. President, siguro I'll bring the attention of the sponsor to page 13, line 31, where it is stated the implementing agency may accept, reject, or convert an unsolicited proposal into a solicited proposal. It's the other way around.
Baliktad.
Kaya nagtatanong nga ako sa inyo, yung sinasabi nyo other way around, nasa bill din pa ba yan? Or is that the practice? Ano ba yan?
Pero ano yung sama? That's better competition.
Pero babalik ako sa definition kasi
Actually, Your Honor, Mr. President, both ways, no? It can become solicited, it can become unsolicited, unsolicited to solicited. And according to the DOF, that it's more advantageous if it becomes solicited, because that means that there are a lot of entities that are interested, no? So there'll be more competition, and we will get the best proposal and the best price, Your Honor, if there's competition, Your Honor. If you compare to only one or two, so at least that will be good for us. We'll have better choices, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So thank you, Mr. President. I think this representation will be needing time to really comprehend what is meant by solicited becoming an unsolicited proposal. But at any rate, Mr. President, can I go now to the definition of the unsolicited proposal so that this representation will understand the concept better? Page 7, line 3, subparagraph X. Unsolicited proposal refers to a project proposal submitted by a private proponent not in response to a formal solicitation or request issued by the implementing agency subject to Section 10 of this Act. Okay, the part where it is not in response to a formal request from the implementing agency, that's easy to understand. But must the project, which is subject to an unsolicited proposal, appear on a list of PPP projects?
Yeah, it may or may not. It's not required.
Para
Pwede magkaroon ng unsolicited.
it may or may not. Your Honor, Mr. President, it may or may not appear on the list, Your Honor. That does not necessarily mean that we can have an unsolicited proposal. So it may or may not appear on the list.
So yun na nga. So it could really an unsolicited proposal can really cover a project not yet envisioned by anyone in government. The seed idea came from the private sector. May we have the best example, Mr. President, of an unsolicited proposal? The best example for success and the best example for failure, Mr. President, given the 30 years of our experience under PPP.
Anong failure?
yan inote ninyo.
Unsolicited.
Oh.
But this example index has explained. And for example,
Okay. Ano yan, solicited? Your Honor, Mr. President, no, this unsolicited proposal was introduced as an amendment to the BOT law to encourage creativity from the private sector. This is why it can come from anywhere. Going back to your question, what are the best examples of successful unsolicited projects? The NLEX, SLEX connector, the Skyway 3, MRT 7, the Cebu-Cordoba Bridge. So these are the examples of successful unsolicited proposals. And we would say that the failure will be like NAIA 3. It's an unsolicited proposal.
the Supreme Court installed in
The construction of NAIA 3.
Yeah, it's an unsolicited proposal. Yes, Your Honor. And
the Supreme Court will install in
and it was even the Supreme Court even ruled the contract to be null and void, Your Honor. So it's considered an unsolicited proposal.
Okay.
So if you can, as you can see, Your Honor, Mr. President, we have quite a lot of success stories, no, of the unsolicited proposal initiated by the private sector. I think Tiplex also, for that matter, is an unsolicited proposal because it was the proponent is a private entity, Your Honor.
So thank you for that response, Mr. President, kasi talagang that has opened my eyes na merong projects talaga na walang nakaisip sa gobyerno, hindi nakalista sa kanilang public investment plan, and yet from the private sector, may nag-propose from out of nowhere, nakaisip, nagustuhan, dumaan sa proseso, ginawa, naging successful. Meron din tayong failure, which is as according to our sponsor mentioned, na IA3 terminal. And may I know how much that mistake has cost the government, Mr. President, and the Filipino people? May I know?
Dapat ang cost doon? 20 billion. Ayun ba yan? Na arbitration?
Wala na. Intindi na lang muna natin. Bakit sila okay?
So we pay.
Pag pag hindi na daw nagbabayad, whatever. Hindi tinuloy. Pero ibang proponent na yun. Abandon na yun. Abandon na yun.
Your Honor, Mr. President, the cost of NAIA 3 is about in the hundreds of millions of in US dollars. And from what we lost in that case against Fraport, they left, but we had to pay. Magkano yung arbitration? We paid. Here, Your Honor, Supreme Court orders government to pay $510 million to NAIA, to the three builders. No? Ito po yung sa Piatco issue, Your Honor. So $510 million was ordered to be paid to the builders of NAIA, NAIA 3.
So, malaki-laking halaga po. Masakit din sa bulsa yan na some people were led to believe that they have been authorized to build an airport terminal. So, have we noted our mistakes there with NAIA 3 terminals and have we made sure that the bill prevents the commission of the same mistakes or improves on the process where the weakness has been discovered, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, considering that the BOT law was enacted in the 1990s, all of these mistakes, lessons learned, Your Honor, for that matter, were all considered in the drafting of this measure so that we do not make the same mistakes anymore. That's why I would say that we are more strict and stringent in the perusal of all of these projects this time, Your Honor. So there are a lot of safeguard mechanisms as well that are in place to protect public interest, Your Honor, and avoid abuses already. So if I may just explain a little, there will be rigorous review of the approving body prior to approval. This ensures overall feasibility of the project and that the risks associated with the project are well allocated within the government and the private sector. Promotion of competition in the processing of unsolicited proposals help the government and the public get the best deal out of the unsolicited proposal. Provision of subsidies, guarantees, and uncompensated contribution of government assets, properties, and rights. And likewise, through public disclosure of contracts, transparency of deals between the government and the private proponent is promoted. Last but not the least, we shall include a penal provision in the law, Mr. President.
So can we, Mr. President, if we could learn from the NAIA 3 terminal experience, if the sponsor could point out, because that was, I'm sure, approved under the existing regime, under existing laws yan. So can we point out what was the greatest weakness in the current regime, which proved to be the loophole where this unconstitutional contract or unjustified contract was able to get approval, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, these are the issues and lessons learned on how the PPP Act addresses this concern. As you mentioned, yung lessons learned in the NAIA 3, the debacle, if we may call it. Number one, the original proponent alleged that undue preference was given to the winning bidder. Winning bidder lacked the requisite financial capacity. Next is the amended contract contained material and substantial amendments, entirely different from the contract rendered. So these are the two things that, lessons learned that we are hoping that will be addressed this time around in the new PPP measure, Your Honor.
Can we be, can the sponsor cite the concepts or the sections in the bill which will address the two? Yung isa yata, parang, ano ba yung variation? Ginalaw ba niya yung sa NAIA terminal?
Yes,
So,
substantial amendments.
Do we have a rule now on
Yes.
substantial variation or substantial modification? And what section po is that, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. First, on the issue of original proponent, that the original proponent alleged that undue preference was given to the winning bidder, and the winning bidder, in which the winning bidder lacked the financial capacity. In Section 10 of the PPP Act provides a clear process on how to deal with an unsolicited proposal. This includes evaluating the proposal, pre-qualifying the proponent, and subjecting the proposed project to a clear approval and challenge processes. Likewise, Section 32 of the PPP Act introduces a penal provision that aims to deter violations of the law by all public and private entities involved in a PPP project. Section 24 of the PPP Act institutionalizes the role of the PPP Center to assist implementing agencies in undertaking their PPP projects pursuant to existing laws, rules, and regulations. On the second issue, on the amended contract, which contain material and substantial amendments entirely different from the contract tendered, and Section 19 of the PPP Act provides for a clear framework on allowable and prohibited contract variations or changes in a PPP contract that was tendered or have undergone a comparative challenges or process. Section 32 and 24 above are both applicable too. So, Your Honor, Mr. President, it already provides for a clear framework on allowable and prohibited contract variations and changes in a PPP contract that was tendered.
So thank you, Mr. Sponsor, for that response. But if we can apply Section 19 to the NAIA Terminal 3 incident, okay, what part of Section 19 would prevent now the approval of the modification of the NAIA 3 terminal contract, Mr. President, or concession agreement?
Bago yung changes. Dati yung now it's that before siguro before it was just the IA. Now Your Honor, the IA 3 experience, it was just the implementing agency that approved the variation. But this time around, under the PPP law, it has to be approved by the ICC.
By the approving bodies.
By the approving body, which is ICC. Which is the ICC. And NEDA board, Your Honor. So it's ICC and NEDA board that would be the authority to approve the amendments or the changes, Your Honor. Unlike before, it was just the implementing agency. So at least this will be very will be very strict, and there will be more safeguards, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So I think the correct me if I'm wrong, the concession agreement was in 1997. Tama ba yan? So, meaning to say, during that time, iba po yung procedure. The implementing agency was parang totally autonomous, walang review. Sa NAIA 3
Ilang dati?
terminal po.
So hindi pa system mo. Oh, sa amendment.
So, anyway,
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our backstop note from DOF, and it used to be only the implementing agencies.
okay.
That's why we would want to have more safeguard mechanism this time around that at least the NEDA board and the ICC, it has to go through the NEDA board and the ICC for any contract variation that would be allowed, Your Honor.
Yes, and that's found on page 23, line 22, section 19 po yan, second paragraph. Upon due diligence and recommendation of the head of the implementing agency, contract variations not covered by the above shall undergo approval by the approving body in terms of the impacts on government undertakings, performance standards, and service charges. So it's there. So this is the new feature, the parang subject to the approval. So may review of the approving body. Unlike before, dun sa parang autonomous si implementing agency at that particular time.
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct.
Sige. But the PPP center was already existing at that time.
Your Honor, the PPP center was only put up 2010.
Good. Good. Otherwise, I will hold the center to account. Okay. So, very good then, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, our measure does not only amend the one law, no? It does not only amend the BOT law, which is RA 6957, as amended by 7718. So what are the other laws or issuances which are to be affected by our measure, Mr. President? Tama naman tong numbers na binigay sa akin, mga RA.
Yes, Your Honor, you're correct. It's not only the BOT law, but there are other laws that will be repealed by this act. Now, if I may enumerate.
Yes, sir.
Republic Act number 6957 as amended by Republic Act number 7718 in its IRR. Executive Order number 8, Series 2010 as amended by Executive Order 1386 Series of 2013. Executive Order number 78 Series of 2012. Section 8 of Executive Order number 423 Series of 2005. 2023 revised guidelines and procedures for entering into JV agreements between government and private entities. Section 3 of PD number 1112, series of 1977. Second paragraph, Section 1 and Section 2 of PD number 1894, series of 1983. PPP codes or JV ordinances of LGUs. JV guidelines issued by GOCCs and other government agencies. Presidential Decree number 1113, series of 1977, declared as expired already, 30 years from May 1, 1977. And likewise, aside from those that will be repealed, proposed refinement in the Act, revised item to not just cover JV guidelines, but all guidelines issued by GOCCs and other government agencies on financing, designing, constructing, operating, and maintaining, or any combination thereof, of infrastructure of development projects outside of RA 9184. Specific provisions in the special charters of GOCCs and other government agencies that allow the issuance of guidelines governing partnerships between government and private sector for the financing, designing, constructing, operating, and maintaining, or any combination thereof of infrastructure or development projects outside of RA number 9184 shall also be repealed. All laws, decrees, orders, rules, and regulations, and all other related national and GOCC issuances and local PPP or joint venture codes and ordinances or parts thereof inconsistent with or in contrary to the Act are hereby repealed or amended accordingly. Upon effectivity of this contract, no other JV guidelines, PPP guidelines, codes, or ordinances whatsoever may be used by any government entity in entering into PPPs except those that are issued in accordance with this act and its IRR. That's all, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, if I look at the repealing clause, I could see that, we are repealing a scattered set of rules, laws, regulations, and even ordinances. Bakit po ganito? Because the rules on PPPs, private-public partnerships, are really scattered all around the place, Mr. President? Is that the current situation?
Seeking yung palakasan at hindi
So they want their own.
If I may weigh in, our distinguished minority leader, that's the way I see it.
Yeah, nga.
The current situation,
Correct.
magulo.
Oo nga, magulo.
Magulo, maraming ahensya.
So,
So hopefully this law can put a rationale to all these things.
correct.
Ang gulo.
Correct. Okay. So, thank you. That is also the answer I am anticipating, Mr. President. But I have just one question.
Yes, that's ease of doing business, Your Honor, Mr. President.
The page 37, line 29, which is subparagraph H, we are repealing the PPP codes or joint venture ordinances of local government units. We will do it by law, Mr. President? By direct action of Congress, we are repealing local government ordinances, Mr. President?
Yes.
For clarification, Your Honor, minority leader, is that local government ordinances?
Take page 37, line 29, Mr. President. That's under the repealing clause. That's subparagraph H, Mr. President.
For all the things.
It reads like this. So let me read the entire section 37, repealing clause. The following are hereby repealed. And then subparagraph H, PPP codes or JV ordinances of LGUs, Mr. President.
At least one.
So
That
maybe we can, maybe if we pass the law, we have to leave it to the LGUs to repeal their own ordinances, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, because all LGUs, because of their autonomy, they have passed their own ordinances as regard to their own PPPs. But we're hoping that with the passage of this we will have now a uniform PPP measure. And as long as, mind you, the LGUs may still enter into their own PPPs. So as long as it does not run in conflict with the master plan or the blueprint of the national infrastructure development. So they can go on with their own PPP projects as long as it does not run in conflict with the national infra or master plan, Your Honor.
But respecting the same local autonomy, Mr. President, I think we should siguro rethink how we phrase this repealing clause that by direct action of Congress, we are repealing LGU ordinances, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, if on how we can improve this, and we will be open to your suggestion. No?
Quick question, minority leader, with the permission of Senator JV. If the ordinance runs contrary to law, hindi ba bawal din yan? If the ordinance runs contrary to law, for example, we passed the ease of doing business which says 7 working days maximum, 3 to 7 working days sa local dealing with local government units. If the LG ordinances, our ease of doing business is 20 working days, bawal yan. The law has to
Be followed.
be followed, must prevail. That's correct, right? So I guess that's the meaning of this repealing clause.
That is correct, Mr. President.
Thank you. So
I'm just urging the rethinking of how it is
Yes.
phrased and presented, Mr.
maybe to
President.
clarify,
that
clearer line. Yes, clear.
We should not give the impression that by direct action of Congress, we are repealing LGU ordinances.
Although I see the problem because you and I were both chairman of the Committee on Trade and Commerce, and I could see where the proponent is coming from and the idea of the law. Siguro naguguluhan lang talaga yung negosyante gagawa ng PPP na may national guidelines, and then pagdating sa LGU,
They have their
iba
own.
na naman yung city. Pagdating sa barangay, iba na naman yung barangay. Surrender talaga sila. Unlike in Vietnam, it's only one agency, and one agency deals with everybody else. They all follow that agency, including the local governments of Vietnam. So maybe that's the essence. Mr. Proponent, am I correct, Mr. Sponsor?
Yes, that is very much correct, Mr. President.
So maybe the wording lang, the son of the father of the local government
Yes, can help
code
us.
can help us
Pag-aralan natin.
on how
Yes.
to be worded properly. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
So
thank you.
that is the current situation that the measure tries to address. No? So
Correct.
when this measure is passed into law, ito na lang yung kukonsultahin ng lahat po ng gusto ma-involve sa PPP.
Yes, Your Honor. To avoid confusion, at least will be more consistent. As pointed out by the Senate President, each LGU have their own laws. Nakakalito na talaga rin. For ease of doing business, for proponents, for investments to come, at least it will be easier for them to understand if there's only one measure or one law that they will be following, Your Honor.
Yes. That would be a big achievement already, Mr. President, if we are able to do that. So parang codifying all the laws and rules on public-private partnership, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, on page 10, line 31, there is a mention of line 31 all the way to page 11, lines 1 to 2. There is the mention of this generic preferred risk allocation metrics, Mr. President. May we know more about what this GPRAM is, Mr. President, and how it is to be used, Mr. President?
Oo nga, I would like to add, weigh in on that. It's a very technical title. GPRAM, Generic Preferred Risk Allocation Matrix. First time I've ever heard of this matrix. Is it used by the NEDA board? It says issued by the NEDA board.
It's about risks, how to mitigate, manage risks. We just want to know more about this matrix, Mr. President.
Your Honor, first I'd just like to give the definition of GPRAM. It's a comprehensive risk allocation guide which lists all types of project-related risks, allocation preferences of the government, and risk mitigation measures which can be used in the development, evaluation, approval, and implementation of PPP projects. On how the government can ensure that all risks relevant to the project's viability have been identified, managed, and mitigated. It will ensure that all risks associated with PPP projects are identified appropriately, allocated, managed, and mitigated. All PPP contracts to be entered into by the implementing agency shall adhere to the principles stipulated under the generic preferred risk allocation or GPRAM matrix issued by the ICC NEDA. Any deviations from the GPRAM shall be provided with justifications and subject to the approval of the approving body. So, Your Honor, Mr. President, at the heart of PPP is the proper risk allocation. The private sector is given the risks which is best for it to handle. GPRAM helps in identifying this risk, Your Honor.
But GPRAM becomes part of the law so that when the matrix, when something in the matrix changes, in effect, the law changes. Should adhere principles stipulated under.
So may flexibility if. Your Honor, there will be flexibility just in case there will be a deviation from the allocation matrix by by the Sanggunian, for example. Yeah, which board? Kala ko
Parang table.
Sanggunian. Yes. Pag national.
Wait siya.
For example, Your Honor, Mr. President, if there's a deviation, for local, of course, definitely it will be the local Sanggunian, but for the PPP project, of course, it will still be the ICC, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So GPRAM is issued by the NEDA board ICC. So as of the moment, there is already a GPRAM.
Yes, Your Honor. There is already a GPRAM.
Maybe if we can be shown GPRAM so we'll understand. Kasi it's NEDA ICC which issues the GPRAM pero to those who will apply the matrix would be the implementing agency, di ba? So iba-iba na to, iba-ibang levels na to, LGUs and GOCCs, etc. So siguro when we authorize that, at least tayo, the legislators must understand what is that GPRAM. Siguro,
Maybe we
can
can
this
flash it
sponsor
on the
flash it?
screen what an example of the GPRAM is. Kaya ba? Maybe you can skip
Actually,
on this question while we're putting that on screen. You can ask on another topic.
Yes, Your Honor, actually, we'll have it on the screen, but it's already ready in the PPP Center and the NEDA website, Your Honor. So both websites.
Maybe they can just flash it on the screen for today.
Yeah, we'll try to let the technical to flash it on the screen, Your Honor.
Okay.
Kaya ba yun? Bagay, ano lang naman yan.
Madali ba yung
Website.
munisipyo kasi.
Sayang to ba? Jen.
So yung NEDA ICC, Mr. President, pagbibigay ng mga seminar on how to understand the GPRAM, how to use the GPRAM, ganun.
Yes, Your Honor, that's part of the mandate of the PPP Center.
Oh yes, the PPP, that's it. Right, yes.
Capacity building of
Yes,
the PPP
the role of the
Center.
PPP Center. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So at least, Your Honor, Mr. President, hopefully with this development, everything will be faster and hopefully the intention of this measure is to institutionalize the changes that have happened so that everything will move more swiftly this time, Your Honor.
Sige po, so, well, at least we are introducing parang a more scientific way to manage risks. Yun ba yun? Is that the way? Is that the role of the GPRAM?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. It's just a little bit small, but that's what you will find in the PPP Center and the NEDA website. So,
Ilan types?
medyo lang. Can it be,
Ilan yun? Ilan types?
There, zoom in.
Okay. So, thank you for that, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, hindi ba we just recently passed the Maharlika Investment Fund Act? So, does that not make PPPs irrelevant already, Mr. President?
Hindi naman yung implementation, di ba? Your Honor, Mr. President, yes, you're correct. We just passed the Maharlika Investment Law recently. The Maharlika Investment Law mandates the creation of the Maharlika Investment Corporation as a corporate with the mandate to mobilize and utilize the Maharlika Investment Fund for purposes of contributing to job creation, accelerating poverty reduction, sustain the economy's high growth trajectory while ensuring sustainable development. Subject to the financing of the IRF, MIF, and development of MIF's investment policy, we see that the MIF may interface with PPPs in two ways. Number one, the MIC or the Maharlika Investment Corporation as an investor on the side of the private entity of a PPP project. Number two, if the MIC as a GOCC entering into a PPP contract as a co-grantor in PPP project subject to pertinent laws, rules, and regulations. For example, the JV guidelines, PPP Act once passed, Your Honor, Mr. President.
If I still remember correctly, Mr. President, unless the version changed, I mean, this is what I remember, Mr. President. Di ba, on the authorized capital stock of Maharlika, 3:1 eh. 3:1. 3 would be government, one share would be private sector. So it will always be a government-owned corporation. And yet we will treat the Maharlika Investment Fund as an investor coming from the private sector, Mr. President? Is that
Well, Your Honor, Mr. President, Maharlika is finite, no? And PPPs, would say is much more than Maharlika. They are, I would say they are independent of each other. So hindi yung magkaiba po siguro. Maharlika will have its own investments. The PPP has been already in existence for the past 30 years, but we're just trying to improve this, Your Honor, Mr. President. So it's independent of each other.
Because Maharlika has suddenly become a government vehicle to also invest in and to make possible big ticket or mega infrastructure projects. And I think we're admitting here that this measure also makes that possible. So, are we not duplicating functions already, Mr. President, and wasting government resources?
Most of PPP for attractive Maharlika. Your Honor, Mr. President, more usually the PPP projects are already attractive to the private sector. That's why they would want to go into PPP ventures. Yung pong Maharlika is intended to go into programs or projects that are not yet.
Parehas din eh. Kasi may unsolicited na eh. Yun ang point.
Investments na
Development. So the Maharlika investments are may enter into programs or projects that some private entities may not want. It's not so attractive, but are designed also to hopefully stimulate economic growth, no? But it's not too attractive, so to speak, to the private entity, no? As compared to the PPP projects that are more attractive already.
When we were discussing the Maharlika, I think there was a mention of 194 possible projects where Maharlika, the Maharlika Investment Fund can invest in. Are these 194 projects overlapping with the projects listed under the PPP?
Maharlika. Most possibly.
Imposibleng hindi. Kasi sabi sa sobrang daming project. Walang. Jipra.
How many ng percentage?
Depende din lang. Si Jipra.
Yes, dapat ulit.
May NEDA rin.
Out of the body.
Main.
Okay, itong listahan ng sa PIP, submit. Ano hawak may overlap ba? Posible wala. I-research nyo lang. Gusto ko lang
Ito yung mga Your Honor, Mr. President, out of the 194 infrastructure flagship projects, only 47 for the record are PPPs, no? For transportation, 43, for health, 3, and for water supply, 1. So again, 47 out of the 194 infrastructure flagship projects are PPP.
are already listed in the PPP list of projects. Tama po ba? Kasi as we discussed earlier, from out of the blue, a project can be governed by the PPP law. From out of the blue, and this is what we call through the unsolicited proposal route. Tama po ba? So, even if yung mga 194 minus 47, ilan yun? Ilan yun? 147.
147.
147 projects sa ngayon, masasabi nating not listed in the PPP list of projects, they can possibly be funded and implemented under the PPP law, this law, through the unsolicited proposal track. Is that possible theoretically?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yun na nga.
It's possible. As we mentioned earlier, there are things that government sometimes cannot think of, no? That it may originate from the private sector. So the government really is open to soliciting ideas, projects, or programs that would be initiated by the private sector. And I guess we just, as we have been discussing, there are numerous unsolicited projects that have been very successful. And I think there's only one that was unsuccessful that we have discussed, Your Honor.
No, we were given one example of an unsuccessful. We will continue our search, Mr. President, for the unsuccessful ones, for the purpose of learning.
Yes,
learning
that is
from
correct.
them and making sure that airtight po itong ating measure.
That is correct, Your Honor. So,
Kasi one mistake, $500 million times 50 siguro, 25 billion pesos po yung mistake na yun.
yes,
Costing
that's
us.
very costly, Your Honor. So we will be open, Your Honor. We want to make sure also that we refine this measure and make sure that the necessary safeguards and mechanisms are in place so that we do not commit the same blunders, the same mistakes that are, as you mentioned, very costly indeed, Your Honor.
Another question, Mr. President. Can a project already listed under a government agency's list, nasa listahan na siya ng government agency, be claimed by a private proponent under the unsolicited proposal track before the PPP?
Pwede mag-play sa akin. Pwedeng pool.
Pwede silang mag-submit.
With approval of the ICC, yes. Your Honor, Mr. President, they may
Yes.
submit a proposal, but of course, subject to the approval of the ICC, NEDA, Your Honor, Mr. President. It's not only one agency this time. So we have to make sure that it passes through the rigorous scrutiny of the ICC, NEDA, Your Honor.
No, I was just making it very clear and obvious, Mr. President, na yung mga nakalista na sa 194, yung hindi pa nakalista under PPP can be applied for under the unsolicited proposal. I think there's no more disagreement over that, Mr. President. Kaya that's why this was one of the reasons why this representation objected to the Maharlika proposal. Sabi ko, we're already considering improving the PPP. Kasi halos, hindi po ba halos what Maharlika can achieve, the PPP route can achieve, especially under this improved legal regime, Mr. President. Kaya na nga ngayon all the more dito pa sa improved version po.
Your Honor, Mr. President, the main difference probably, the Maharlika Investment Fund is an investor, But in what we are trying to develop with this PPP measure is it to become the framework, no, for all the PPP projects that we might go into, Your Honor. So this is the framework.
So not only are we providing for the framework, but are we also anticipating that this measure will also attract investors, Mr. President?
Mas maganda to. Yes, Your Honor, definitely. That's why we want to institutionalize the improvements that have happened in the recent year. No? Well, based on the experience also, the the successes and the failures of the PPP projects under the old BOT law in the past 30 years also being considered. So hopefully with the PPP Act, no, if we will be able to pass, that will be inconsistent with the ease of doing business, and so that the proponents who are interested in entering in any venture, especially in infrastructure projects or programs in the country, will now have a framework, no, that that would guide them in their investments and in their proposals in doing their projects here in the country, Your Honor.
Ang foreign investments po ba through PPP are governed by any 60-40 rule?
Your Honor, definitely as provided by law.
Hindi,
Yeah, it will be
Siguro-
depend also on the Public Services Act, Your Honor. That
if
was also
applicable.
passed. If
Basta,
applicable.
yes, okay. Basta,
Yes, Your Honor.
what you're trying to tell us, Mr. President, is it doesn't mean that the investments are released from nationalization requirements, no? Okay, sige.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's on a case-to-case basis. So, so both the PPP law and process would be attracting investors into our infrastructure programs. The same with Maharlika. So are we not? Ang purpose kasi, Mr. President, is to simplify. There is only one law. Ngayon, but there are now two. There will now be two modes or two avenues. The foreign investor can invest through PPP or can invest through Maharlika. Mas maganda pa si Maharlika because I think the board decision is no longer reviewed by an approving body. Dito, mas mahaba pa yung procedure. So, are we not, ano tawag dito? Anong tawag dito? Yung fooling ourselves, hindi deluding. Are we not deluding ourselves, Mr. President, that this would, having this framework would attract the foreign investors? When that is also the claim when we passed Maharlika, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, I think in PPP, we will be more stringent because, for example, for toll fees, it's the public who will be paying or shouldering a lot of this, no? So that they may be able to record investments. May mga toll fees, for example, in the Cebu, Cordoba, in Tiplex, and extension like that. So that's why the requirements in the PPP are stringent. For Maharlika, it's not necessarily infrastructure. No, they may enter into other ventures or other investment. So it's not necessarily infra, but preferably infra. But unlike in PPP, it's really mostly infrastructure projects, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Actually, the favorite examples during the Maharlika discussion were toll bridges and toll roads, the same thing, Mr. President. And then ito taken from the sponsorship speech. Maharlika will quicken implementation of NEDA endorsed infra projects. Are we not talking about the same projects, Mr. President? So that's and that's a problem, and that's the sad reality is na-overtaken ng Maharlika itong mas importanteng bill na ito. Mas mahalagang bill na ito. Because I will admit that this the more important measure because, this is the framework law.
That is correct,
It is
Your Honor.
more flexible. It governs different types of situations and investments and the safeguards. Mas stringent ang safeguards po dito, Mr. President. Unlike nga dun sa Maharlika, parang corporate entity siya. Pag inapprove na ng board, yun na yun eh. Mr. President.
Yes,
So
you're
that's what
correct.
I said. The Maharlika Investment Corporation has the power to change the landscape of the Republic of the Philippines without participation of the representatives of the people. Hindi nadadaan sa Kongreso. They change the landscape.
Your Honor, Mr. President, if you'll compare the Maharlika Investment Fund and the PPP, we would say that they are complementary but not exclusive. No, they can be complementary. The revised PPP framework and the Maharlika Investment Fund can coexist. But while the fund can directly invest in projects, the PPP framework can guide collaborations in private entities. So that's the intention really of the PPP framework, to guide all collaborations in the private entities and government projects, Your Honor.
So thank you for that response. But if the sponsor will allow this representation to suspend this interpellation, I can finish my interpellation by tomorrow, Mr. President. Just a few points on this time on the specifics of the bill, Mr. President.
Yes, definitely. Any suggestion from the minority leader is always welcome, because I've always regarded it as a way to really improve and refine this measure that will really help investments, Your Honor. So it will be most welcome, and we will wait for that for tomorrow, Your Honor.
This is the better bill, Mr. President. This is the good bill. This is the good
Of
bill,
course,
the better
because-
bill compared to the Maharlika bill. But unfortunately, what has happened, the overtaken pa ng isang panukala ni hindi alam ko anong gusto nung umpisa, na overtaken pa ito, na supposed to be mas napag-isipan na panukala. So anyway,
Thank
that's
you.
the reality of lawmaking here in the Republic of the Philippines, Mr. President. So if I can suspend my interpellation.
Thank you, minority leader. Be rest assured that this indeed is the good bill, because it is being sponsored and defended by the good one, Your Honor.
I certainly agree, Mr. President. And with that, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2233. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, may I move for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we proceed with reference of business.
There be no objection, Secretary may proceed with the reference of business.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 2398, further amending section 32 of RA 8424 as amended and for other purposes, Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committees on Ways and Means, Electoral Reforms, and People Participation.
2399, an act to designate the 7th day of April of every year as Barangay Health and Nutrition Workers Day, mandating concerned agencies to conduct events during its observance, to appropriate funds therefore and for other purposes, Senator Go.
To the Committees on Local Government, Health, Demography, and Finance.
2400, granting the Philippine Sports Commission the authority to acquire real properties by other modes, amending for the purpose Section 7 of RA 11214, Senator Tolentino.
To the Committee on Sports.
2401, institutionalizing the establishment of women and children protection units in all government hospitals, Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations, Health, Demography, and Finance.
2402, institutionalizing the preferential treatment in the procurement of materials and supplies produced, made, and manufactured in the Philippines, amending sections 4 and 43 of RA 9184. Senator Legarda.
To the Committee on Finance.
2403, decriminalizing libel, repealing articles 353, 354, 355, 356, 357, 360, 361, and 362 of RA 3815 as amended, and sa paragraph 4 of section 4C of RA 10175 and for other purposes, Senator Legarda.
The Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
2404, promoting entrepreneurship by establishing a sustainable financing program for micro-enterprises through the Pondo sa Pagbabago at Pag-Asenso program, appropriating funds therefore, Senator Villanueva.
Committees on Trade and Commerce, Economic Affairs, and Finance.
Resolutions, proposed Senate Resolution 731, directing the appropriate Senate committees to conduct a full assessment in aid of legislation of the current situation of Philippine textile and garments industry, Senator Binay.
Committees on Science and Technology, Trade and Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
732, congratulating and commending the Asia's first Grandmaster and Chess Hall of Famer Eugene Torre for ruling the 2023 Guam International Open Chess Tournament held at the Dusit Beach Resort in Tumo, Guam, Senator Lapid.
Committee on Rules.
733, congratulating and commending legit status HQ Philippines and Up Street Dance Club for winning in the 2023 World Hip Hop Dance Championship 2023 held at Arizona Grand Resort and Spa in Phoenix, Arizona on August 6, 2023, Senator Lapid.
Committee on Rules.
734, urging the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry into the flooding incidents in Bulacan due to Typhoon Egay, Habagat, and other contributing factors, Senator Legarda.
Committee on Public Works, Environment, and Climate Change.
735, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry into the impact and effects of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority's investments to Philippine employment, economy, and regional development, Senator Legarda.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs.
Committee Report 101 by the Committee on Local Government on House Number 3973, introduced by Representative Bordado, declaring August 18 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Naga, province of Camarines Sur, to be known as Jesse M. Robredo Memorial Day, in remembrance of the life and exemplary contribution to public service of former Mayor and Secretary of the Interior and Local Government, Jesse Manalastas Robredo, recommending its approval with amendments. Sponsor, Senator Ejercito.
Calendar of ordinary business.
102 by the Committee on Local Government on House Number 3977, introduced by Representative Palma, declaring February 24 of every year a special working holiday in the province of Zamboanga, Sibugay, to be known as Araw ng Sibugay in commemoration of its Foundation Day, recommending its approval without amendments. Sponsor, Senator Ejercito.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture and with the permission of the body, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2200 under Committee Report number 66. This pertains to the Basic Education, Mental Health, and Well-Being Promotion Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and on that note, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Basic Education, Senator Win Gatchalian, and to interpellate our Minority Leader, Senator Ilino Coco Pimentel III. I so move, Mr.
The
President.
distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela is recognized to sponsor the measure and to interpolate the distinguished Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our distinguished sponsor, who I know he has been here since 9 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Kasi
Nag-consult
briefing
with him.
kami sa tax measure naman po niya, Mr. President. So with the permission of our sponsor?
Yes, Mr. President, I'll be more than happy to receive some questions, Mr. President.
So, may we know, Mr. President, the objectives or the purposes of this particular measure?
Okay, Mr. President, in a nutshell, no, there are three objectives of this measure. Number one is to institutionalize the creation of a mental health program for our basic education sector, meaning elementary, junior high school, and senior high school. So that's the number one goal. Number two is to address the shortage of mental health professionals working in our schools. And then number three, Mr. President, is to put up what we call care centers or mental health facilities in all our basic education schools. So these are the three overarching goals of this measure, Mr. President.
So, thank you, Mr. President. Since this measure is about providing the details of a mental health program in our basic education institutions, we looked at the Mental Health Act, Mr. President, Republic Act number 11036. And we found three sections, sections 23, 24, and 25 of the said law, which we believe can already support, Mr. President, the creation or the establishment of care centers, the creation of new plantilla positions of mental health specialists and mental health associates in the DepEd, and this could be used as the basis for institutionalizing through executive action a school-based mental health program, Mr. President. So, has His Honor looked at the sections 23 to 25 of the Mental Health Act, and what is the position of His Honor?
Yeah. Mr.
On
President.
whether or not this can be sufficient basis already, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you for that question, Mr. President. We do looked at the education section of the mental health law. In particular, that's Chapter 5, Section 23, Section 24, and Section 25. Mr. President, indeed, the DepEd has come up with some department orders to address mental health concerns in our basic education sector. In department orders. Department orders. I'll bring up the department orders later on. But Mr. President, we deemed it necessary to institutionalize the program, Mr. President, so that the program will be strengthened, not only through just department orders, but through a law. And then number two, Mr. President, is to address the shortage of mental health professionals practicing in our basic education schools. In the law, Mr. President, we also touched on increasing the entry-level salary grade so that we will entice more guidance counselors, psychologists to enter the course of guidance counselors and psychologists, and eventually enter into basic education, Mr. President. So indeed, there is three sections. However, Mr. President, we find it necessary to address some of the nuances or some of the very particular problems in basic education in the realm of mental health, Mr. President. Yeah.
So, Mr. President, okay, if we concede that we need a law, or it's better to have a law, we don't need a law to actually implement the Mental Health Act provisions in the basic education level. But it's the position of the sponsor, it is better to have this law so that it will really be institutionalized, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, that's our opinion, and some of the features of the law are not in the department order. For example, the creation of what we call the care center, improvement of salary, incentives for students to take up mental health courses in college. So all of these are not in the department orders that are readily available right now, Mr. President.
And the
yeah.
department order cannot provide
Yeah,
provide
like-
those, Mr. President.
Like, for example,
We need-
Mr. President, the improvement in salary grade is beyond the
Yeah,
DepEd's powers, Mr. President. That will fall under the CSC, Mr. President. So this law doesn't only deal with issues under the DepEd, but also cross-cutting issues such as salary, such as Commission on Higher Education, issues in pre-service, the pre-service sector, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, this is the existing DepEd memorandum that was released in 2021. This is DepEd Order 74 series of 2021, and the title is Inclusion and Promotion of Mental Health in All Events and Programs. So there are existing programs, no, and activities in relation to mental health in basic education right now, Mr. President. However, to institutionalize it and also to put more emphasis on the mental health program, no? And the objective of the mental health program, such as prevention, referrals, mental health awareness and literacy, those are embodied already in the law, Mr. President. But you're right, Mr. President, with the current mental health law, DepEd can actually come up with their own programs and activities. But in our law, it's quite specific what should be embodied inside those program and activities, Mr. President.
And our measure creates positions, Mr. President, in government.
Mr. President, it does not create position, but it, sorry, Mr. President, it creates plantilla positions, Mr. President, in Section 8. I'm sorry, Mr. President. It creates new plantilla positions for mental health specialists and mental health associates.
And how many positions, Mr. President, are we anticipating that we will be creating if this bill becomes law?
Oh, Mr. President, will create 10 positions, Mr. President. That's on Section 8.
On a pay per care center basis, Mr. President?
Per school, Mr. President.
And
Per
then
school.
how many schools are there, Mr.
There are
President?
47,000 schools, Mr. President. Around 47.
So when this bill becomes law, we will be authorizing the creation of not less than 470,000 positions, Mr. President.
Uh-oh.
Tama po ba yan? Not less than 470,000 positions. But does that mean the hiring needs would be also not less than 470,000 persons?
Mr. President, we know that deploying 40, assuming that we will be deploying at least one mental health professional in all schools, that will be 47,000 mental health professional. And a mental health professional can be either a guidance counselor or a psychologist. Both are master's degree holder and also license holder, Mr. President. So the goal here, the ideal situation is we will have one mental health specialist in all 47 schools. But Mr. President, 47,000 schools. But Mr. President, we all know that the budget constraints will be the biggest issue here. So in Section 11, we mandated DepEd to come up with a concept called progressive realization. This is a concept that I learned from Senator Pia Cayetano, that there is a roadmap, no? And the roadmap now will dictate, depending on the budget available, will dictate how many mental health professionals can be deployed, how many care centers can be put up based on the need of the school, Mr. President. So we're crafting a vision, Mr. President, that hopefully can be implemented as quick as possible depending on the budget. But at least this bill will now signal that these positions are available, these qualifications are required, and hopefully we attract students to take up more guidance counselor and psychologist courses to increase supply. Because, Mr. President, supply is also an issue right now. Even though we have the money tomorrow, we cannot fill up all 47,000 schools because there are only 4,000 guidance counselors available in the country and 1,600 plus psychologists. So that's only 6,000 plus mental health professionals, Mr. President. So even though we have the money, we cannot find the supply of mental health professionals because there's no mental health professionals available.
Mr. President, the distinguished Deputy Minority Leader would like to interject.
Senator Rizal Tavares.
Yeah.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President, and with the indulgence of the good sponsor and the minority leader, just an interjection about this particular point, yung human resources. Recalling po the process that we were going through in 2017 till 2018 to pass this mental health law. I recall po in the discussions precisely on the human resources, there was an advocacy of Dr. R.J. Nagit. He was then chair of Akbayan Youth, and he was also then chair of the Youth for Mental Health Coalition. Isa po sa pinaka-aktibong partners natin noon in passing the mental health law. He also pointed out then what the good sponsor is saying now, na kulang sa ngayon yung supply natin of guidance counselors and also of psychologists, actually all over the country, let alone particularly in our basic education sector. And yung isang point niya at that time, Mr. President, good sponsor, was perhaps the DepEd and even the CHED could consider calling on even psychometricians, at the very least to assist the existing guidance counselors and school-based psychologists, pang complement sa human resources in the schools. So, perhaps the good sponsor could consider, pag naipasa na itong bill and the executive is working on the implementing rules and regulations, to reiterate what was expressed half a decade ago by the Youth for Mental Health Coalition. And they also actually issued a call sa fellow youth and students nila at that time who were taking up not just guidance counseling and psychology courses, but also psychometrician courses at that point in time to heed the call for enough professionals in those allied health sciences to also serve the mental health needs of our students in the schools, and in particularly in this case, in basic education. So just for the record and the consideration of the good sponsor, Mr. President, salamat sa good sponsor at sa minority leader.
Thank you. I will pursue the same
Thank you.
subject.
Yeah, thank you for that interjection from the gentle lady from Akbayan. And indeed, no, during the creation of the mental health law in 2018 till now, supply of mental health professionals is still the biggest problem, not only in basic education, but in the realm, in the discussion of mental health. And that's why a suggestion that came out from our hearings is to create another plantilla position to accommodate those that are not masteral degree holder or licensure license holder, Mr. President. So we created what we call a mental health associate, in which bachelor degree holders in guidance counseling, psychology, human services, social work, and allied disciplines such as psychometricians can qualify as mental health associate. But obviously, their salary grade is not as high as a mental health specialist. And that's also another thing that we addressed, because currently, the salary for a guidance counselor who is a master's degree holder, who is a licensure license holder, is only salary grade 11, which is 27,000 in terms of entry level salary. So hindi sila excited. They don't find it commensurate to the amount of training, amount of work, amount of studies that they have to undergo, and that's fair to them. No, that's being a professional and undergoing master's degree and getting your license. It's also very a complicated endeavor. So we also upgraded their salary from salary grade 11 to salary grade 16. No? And our mental health specialist agrees that this is a reasonable amount so that we can attract not only those who are working in the private sector, but also students to take up guidance counseling and psychology.
Yun, unahin ko muna po yung huling nabanggit po ng ating sponsor. Ano po yung incentives pala na ibibigay natin sa mga estudyante para ma-attract sila to take up mental courses related to mental health? And is that in this bill, Mr. President?
The scholarship. The incentives here will come in the form of scholarship. That's in Section 9, and training programs, Mr. President. So, and also in Section 10, the CHED and DepEd will endeavor to attract more students to come in and take up the course, Mr. President.
So it will be the DepEd, which is going to give out scholarship and training programs.
It will be...
The students are at the tertiary level, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. For both in-service and also pre-service, Mr. President. So those, for example, you're an existing teacher, no, or someone who has psychometrician background, we will incentivize them by giving scholarship for them to take up master's degree and take up their licensure examination later on, Mr. President. And for those who are going to go in, we plan to give scholarship also together with CHED, because CHED is the one actually distributing the scholarship program.
The first example, Mr. President, can we call that upskilling?
Parang ganun, Mr. President. Correct.
Kasi college degree holder na yun.
Yeah,
part of the DepEd family na yun, mga teaching position na yun. You want them to be, to gain more knowledge about mental health. Yung pangalawa, Mr. President, yun po hindi ko makuha yung pangalawa. What is that?
Mr. President, for example, I'm a senior high school student,
Yun.
and we are trying to attract senior high school students to take up the course of guidance counselor or psychology, guidance counseling or psychology, or any of those allied professions, Mr. President, so that we can increase supply. The problem right now is no one is taking those courses, Mr. President. So even though we have, again, even though we raise the salary, even though we have the budget, but if no one will take those courses, we will still not fulfill the issue of lack of supply.
That's no longer the responsibility of DepEd, Mr.
It will be a collaboration, Mr. President, with DepEd and the CHED. So it will be a collaboration because DepEd is the end user, Mr. President.
It's a collaboration only because the law provides that it should be a collaboration.
Yes,
So,
Mr. President.
The next question is it a proper subject matter of our bill, Mr. President? Because we're now talking about increasing secondary students' possible interest to pursue mental health related courses in tertiary education. Should it be found in a bill on which basically establishes care centers, Mr. President?
But Mr. President, it's germane because it's going to address the supply issue of mental health specialists and mental health associates, Mr. President. So it's not only, the bill is not only increasing the salary and creating plantilla position, but it's also creating a mechanism for students to take up the course itself, Mr. President.
Yes.
So it all ties up as an ecosystem, Mr. President.
Yes, that's why, yeah. So we will just revisit the idea, Mr. President, because if you notice, we need now CHED's participation. That's why we were mentioning CHED.
Yes, definitely.
in this particular bill, which is all about establishing the care centers in the basic education level, Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. President, in our discussion about this bill, the supply issue is a major problem, and the good gentle lady from Akbayan articulated it very well. That even in 2018, that's already an issue, no? And seems to me that there's not much incentive, to increase the supply, and that's why it's not enough to come up with an institutionalized mental health program if there is no one who will implement the program, no? So in the long term, we really need to address the supply issue, and this is meant to address the whole ecosystem of the mental health, of creating a mental health program.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. So maybe we should add that as one of the purposes of the law, Mr. President, because we started out with 3 objectives here. So
Yeah, yes, Mr.
practically
President.
there are four objectives. In
Yes,
effect.
Mr. President. That's we can do that, Mr. President.
So there are 10, but there are 10 positions per care center, and the salary grades would range from 11 all the way to 24. So si guidance
Yeah.
counselor po, saan po dyan babagsak?
So sorry, Mr. President. What I meant is 10 items, plantilla items that will be created, Mr. President. So,
10 only?
yes.
O per care center?
No, these are just the plantilla position titles. So we're just created the plantilla position, but the actual position, Mr. President, we will leave it for the DepEd to create based on their roadmap and based on their needs, Mr. President.
Okay.
So
But-
this dictates only the salary grade and the creation of the actual position, Mr. President.
The actual position title. I think, Mr.
Sorry,
President.
actual position title,
I think
yes.
Actual position title. Yes, Mr. President. So for the care center, what would be the minimum number of people required?
Yeah. Okay. At the very minimum is 1, and it can be staffed with a mental health associate, Mr. President. And let me just put emphasis that the number of potential number of mental health associate, ilan ba yung, is about 63,000, because in the definition of the mental health associate, it can be a graduate of guidance and counseling, psychology, human services, social work. So if you add all of those graduates, not necessarily professionals, not just graduates, it's about 63,000, Mr. President. So theoretically, we can actually staff all the care centers, 47,000 of them, with mental health associate. Because the mental health associate, we have 63,000 available in the country.
We envision at least one mental health associate or specialist per care center, and
At the very least.
at the very least, minimum. Yeah. But if the person were a guidance counselor, what would his or her salary grade be or position title be, Mr. President?
He will be a mental health associate, mental health specialist with a salary grade of 16. How much?
A mental health specialist, anywhere from 1 to 5, Mr. President. Ganun po ba yan?
Yes, anywhere from 1 to 5 with a salary of 39,000, Mr. President.
That would be for the guidance counselor.
Yes.
How about for the psychologist, Mr. President?
For a registered psychologist, it's also the same. That professional can come in as a mental health specialist 1
Specialist one.
with a salary grade 16, Mr. President.
Okay, so Mr. President,
But if you are not a licensed psychologist, meaning you just took the course and you are a bachelor degree holder, you can enter as a mental health associate 1 with a salary grade 11. And the difference here is you cannot sign, obviously. You're not a registered license. You're not a licensed psychologist yet, no?
But if the care center is manned by a mental health associate 1, psychology graduate who is not licensed, we will be complying with the law.
Yes, Mr. President. We'll be complying with the law.
Well, so what would be, of course, the preferred manpower would be a licensed psychologist, Mr. President. So what would be the difference in a care center manned by a licensed psychologist and a care center manned by a psychology graduate who is unlicensed?
Yeah, to put it simply, Mr. President, the associate can only refer students to a professional in terms of treatment and in terms of counseling, Mr. President. But in terms of getting data, doing promotions, screening, that can be handled by a mental health associate because psychologists, guidance and counseling graduates are also trained to do the same, Mr. President. So they have to refer, in other words, for treatment and for counseling. But in terms of screening, it's the associate who will do it, Mr. President.
Mr. President, with the permission of our distinguished colleagues, the Deputy Minority Leader would like to interject, Mr. President. Thank you.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President, and again to the good sponsor and the minority leader. I apologize, good sponsor. Suddenly nag-mental block lang ako. I wanted to interject with the point you were immediately making. Could I kindly request the good sponsor just to restate?
Yes.
Opo.
Because of supply issues, Mr. President, we created a position called Mental Health Associate that will be staffed with bachelor degree holders. So they're not master degree as what guidance counselors are required to take, and they're not licensed. But they can perform promotion, mental health first aid, screening, and refer to specialists for treatment and counseling, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, good sponsor. Naalala ko na po, Mr. President, as part of that point that the good sponsor just restated, binanggit din po nila just now yung mental health associate can refer the student or the potential patient to a mental health specialist. And again, paalala lang po sa atin lahat, in the mental health law, which we passed in 2018, mention was also made of a referral system that school-based guidance counselors et al. May, as needed, based on their diagnosis and with the agreement of the student and his or her parents, refer the student to a mental health professional, even off campus or in the universal healthcare system. So I really appreciate, Mr. President, that in the bill, reference is also made to that. And lastly, at this point, Mr. President, the psychometrician, which was advocated by Dr. R.J. Nagit half a decade ago, could also perform some of the functions mentioned by the good sponsor that could be carried out by the mental health associate or assistant?
Associate.
Associate, the mental health associate, including measurement. Because that's also one of the particular functions na kaya pong gawin ng psychometrician, though he or she is not or is not yet a full-fledged guidance counselor or psychologist, but may perform in support of those professionals. Salamat, Mr. President, and to the good sponsor and the minority leader.
Mr. President, if I may, with the indulgence of our minority leader, just to put on record, Mr. President, I was listening attentively to the discussions by our minority leader and the distinguished sponsor. So it would look like 6,000 mental health workers or professionals serving 28 million, Mr. President. Right now, currently, yun yung students. Am I correct, Mr. President? So that's if you do the numbers, Mr. President, that's one. The ratio would be 1:4,667, Mr. President. 1:4,667 students. So my concern, Mr. President, is that one, what happened after after we passed the mental health law? Did we increase the number of mental health professionals? Number two, with this particular bill, and I am fully supportive of this measure, how will it change, Mr. President? How do we? I mean, I don't think the ratio 1:4,667 is an ideal number.
Correct.
What would be the ideal? And practically speaking, how long do we need to wait to reach that ideal number, Mr. President? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. You're absolutely correct, Mr. President, that and I pointed the good gentle lady from Akbayan mentioned this. It's really a supply issue, no? One of the biggest problems of mental health. And the public sector is not only competing with itself, but it's also competing with the private sector. You know, because you have private schools, you have companies who are hiring psychologists, psychometricians. So just to put it simply, you know, just to put the math in simple terms, we need 47,000, you know, but we only have 6,000 to date. You know? So we still lack 41,000 mental health specialists, Mr. President. So the experts during the hearing, and the records will bear out, suggested that why not tap those who graduated with a bachelor's degree, but there's not yet a professional, no? Because they're maybe waiting for their licensure, or they're still studying, or they're studying. So that's about mental health first aid, referral system, awareness and literacy. So they can do that. What they cannot do is to counsel, no? Because the counsel needs to be a professional, a licensed professional.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the answer given to us by our distinguished sponsor. I, for one, is a living testimony as to how we are in shortage of mental health professionals, of psychologists, of child development experts, Mr. President. If you talk to a lot of parents from different parts of this country, and some of them, Mr. President, are from abroad, would come here and ask for experts, Mr. President. The gentleman from Valenzuela is talking a while ago about experts, psychology experts, Mr. President. There's only two that I would know, Mr. President. Dr. Dimalanta and Dr. Lexi Reyes. Only two, Mr. President. If you go to this clinic, Mr. President, you have to wait for 1 year. Wow. 1 year, Mr. President. And so you could just imagine the hardship and the kalbaryo na pinapasan ng mga parents, Mr. President, just to get an expert. So I am in full support. It's just that I also wanted to put on record, Mr. President, by the time we reach the 47,000 requirement, let's put it on record that the universe will also change. Yung denominator will also change. So I hope that we are into that, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Minority Leader. Thank you to the distinguished sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you to the gentleman from Bulacan, my kababayan, Mr. President. And indeed, that during the hearing, what came out is it's not enough to come up with the program. No? It's not enough to come up with a care center, because you will not have people to man the care center and to have and to implement the program. So the resource person suggested that we should fix, loosely speaking, the ecosystem, no? From the moment they start studying in college, all the way to going into our basic education sector, Mr. President. And we also fix the incentives, no? Because there's no incentives for students to take guidance and counseling, as well as psychology, Mr. President. Presently, the situation right now, Mr. President, out of the 47,000 schools, we have only 1,180 guidance counselors, Mr. President, in DepEd. So we still need 46,000 mental health professionals to go into our school system, Mr. President.
So thank you for the new information and insights from our sponsor. But Mr. President, if our purpose now is to fix the ecosystem, the entire ecosystem, then shouldn't we reflect that in the title, Mr. President?
Yes,
That
Mr.
It
President.
is no longer actually providing care centers, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you for pointing that
Yeah.
out, Mr. President. I see the minority leader's point, Mr. President, to reflect the other facets of the bill.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. President. So, saan ba ako? Okay, where did the sponsor, Mr. President, get the figure of 60,000 plus who have graduated in mental health related courses? And if we know this figure, where are these people, Mr.
Yeah.
President? Where could they be,
Yeah.
Mr. President?
But Mr. President, that came from the PRC, the Professional Regulation Commission, Mr. President. Just to be precise, registered psychometrician is about 26,000. Registered social workers about 37,000, Mr. President. So those are the potential people that we can tap for mental health associates. I know when I was working in the private sector, typically HR people are psychometricians, typically. They're psychologists or psychometricians. They work in companies. No? I remember in our company, the HR head is a psychometrician. The social worker, normally they work in the SWD or NGOs, typically. So there's 60,000 out there, but the private sector and NGOs are also hiring this type of professionals, this type of graduates, Mr. President.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. President. Because I have talked to the parang Psychology Association of the Philippines. Ang reklamo nga nila, number one, there are not so many positions in government for psychologists. So I think this one we are
We're
creating
addressing it.
now. We are addressing this by creating the plantilla position titles. Then the next point they raised to me was that the salary grade. I think 11 is around 27,000 pesos, and then a psychologist is someone with a college degree and a masteral degree. So parang hindi na wala na ngang posisyon, yung posisyon hindi pa attractive sa kanila. So actually there's no career path for them in government service. So I hope we can also address this, Mr. President, in our measure.
Yes, Mr. President. Officially, I was just given by my staff, there are only 2 psychologist positions in DepEd, Mr. President. So it's not that you're right. You're right that
Wala talaga.
there's no opportunity for psychologists to work in government, Mr. President.
Actually, they use as an example the National Center for Mental Health. Yung mismong mental health hospital po natin. Wala daw mga positions for psychologists o konti lang at ito na, salary grade 11 pa.
Yeah, Mr. President. That is also the
That's an
same.
example to me, Mr. President.
That's also a problem in the DepEd, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, the sponsor mentioned this. Ano po yung concept na our sponsor learned from Senator Pia Cayetano? Progressive realization.
Yes, Mr.
So does
President.
this mean, Mr. President, that if the bill becomes law, there will be schools which have care centers and there will be schools without care centers for a certain period of time? Is that what is going to happen, Mr. President? And for how long will that inequality or unequal treatment persist, Mr.
Yeah.
President?
Well, Mr. President, of course, ideally, no, we can put up 47,000 care centers and staff them with 47,000 mental health specialists. Ideally, no. However, like we mentioned before, it's not only a problem of budget, but also a problem of supply, Mr. President. So to answer his honor's question, the simple process here is they will come up with a needs analysis, Mr. President. Determine first if the school needs how many mental health specialists, what type of intervention do they need. So they'll come up with a needs analysis first, and then bring this up all the way to DepEd, and DepEd will program a progressive realization of what should be given to our schools nationwide. No? What we're trying to establish here is an aspirational goal, Mr. President, to have that goal and progressively realize that goal through a needs analysis, Mr. President. And that's enshrined in Section 11, Mr. President.
Kaya nga, Mr. President, we have accepted that reality na gano'n ang mangyayari.
Mm-mm.
Although this bill has become law, gano'n ang mangyayari. We will not find a care center in each and every public basic education school, but then some will have, some will not have, and then we call that progressive realization, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Unfortunately, I think that will happen. But as soon as we implement the law, and assuming, for example, budget will be available, scholarship programs will be available, then hopefully we can hasten the realization of the full implementation of this law, Mr. President.
How many decades po ang nasa isip po natin?
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Well, if you're talking about a deficit of 41,000 mental health specialists, do you know how many? We have to check how many mental health professionals are coming into the system, Mr. President, because that's also a function of how many are taking up the course, how many are going into the system, Mr. President. Here, Mr. President, sorry. My staff just gave me, historically, more or less, the number of takers for registered guidance counselors, more or less, in a year is about 400, but only half will pass. So only 200 will come into the system, Mr. President. So divide 41,000 by 200. That's how much is that?
That's the rate.
That's the
rate,
time.
Yes. The rate, we will fill it up, assuming that they all go into government service through the
Correct. Assuming they are enticed with the salary grade 11 that currently being implemented by government. How many?
Okay, so
200 years, Mr. President. Ilan? 200 years? 205 years. No?
So thank you for correcting me, Mr. President. Let's use centuries, not decades, Mr.
Patay
President.
na tayo nun, Mr. President.
So at any rate,
That's why, Mr. President, it's really signaling, signaling that government is now serious in tackling mental health. We're serious in improving your salaries. We're serious in creating opportunities for you to take up the courses, and then drawing up the roadmap, so that government can make this aspiration a reality as quick as possible, Mr. President.
I looked at the section on appropriations, Mr. President, page 9, line 4, section 12. There is no amount. Do we have any estimate, Mr. President, on how much this program will cost, Mr. President?
Between 121 this is for the total.
1:1.
1:1 MHS and 1:1 MHE.
Okay.
So 112.
But Mr. President, again, no, I know that the numbers will be impossible to fund right now, but assuming that there will be one mental health associate for all schools, 112 billion will be needed, Mr. President.
This is including Pearson.
Wala sa amount.
Yes.
112 billion.
This is just for the square mental health association, this is including the peer center.
Yeah, the 112 billion includes the care centers, Mr. President. But for the professionals only, for the mental health associate, one per school, is about 22 billion per year.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So it's I know that the amounts are big. That's why it's impossible to implement it right away. However, again, no, it's really signaling that the government is serious addressing mental health concerns.
Our mental health care professional for our care center should be able to address the mental health concerns of our elementary students and high school students, Mr. President. One person team, kaya niya dapat yung dalawang grupo na yun, although theoretically there might be a difference in
Yeah.
their psychologies and in the approach, in the
Well,
proper
from-
approach, Mr. President.
Yeah, from what I gathered from the experts, because we invited experts from the guidance and counseling group, psychology group. The psychologists and guidance counselors are trained to handle from senior high school all the way down to elementary students,
Kaya-
Mr. President.
We are
Eh,
confident kaya
yeah,
na po
very-
nila yun. Ano?
Yeah, that's established, Mr. President. The tricky part is the ratio, Mr. President, and the ideal ratio is 1:500, Mr. President. So it also depends on, of course, the number of cases in that area, Mr. President. But in
But we
terms of
start-
training, they're trained.
But we start with the minimum aspiration,
Yeah.
actually, of one
Per
mental
school.
healthcare professional per school.
Yeah.
Pero pati yun is aspiration. But then, Mr. President, even the adults in the school can
Yes.
can use the care center. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Mr. President, that's
So
actually-
the teachers, the janitorial staff, the security guard, if they have some mental health concerns, they can
Yes,
avail of
Mr.
the
President.
services in the care center.
Yes, Mr. President, that's actually
So-
a request from our stakeholders to include teaching and non-teaching staff, Mr. President, and that's in section 10, Mr. President.
So kaya nga sir, Mr. President, yung ipapatao natin dyan, kaya niya si 6 years old mental health care issue,
Yeah.
si nagbibinata o nagdadalaga na teenager na issue, and then si adult issues, kaya po niya, isang tao po. That is our expectation.
Well, Mr. President, the intervention of the gentle lady from Akbayan is very relevant. No? It will really depends on the assessment of the patient. No? That's why, for example, if the patient will need a much more complicated or much more sophisticated counseling or sophisticated intervention, then a referral should be in order, or the patient should be referred to a different specialist, Mr. President. So the care center is not being envisioned to treat all types or to counsel all types of different mental health situations. No? But we will have a specialist who can refer, who can assess, and then refer to the appropriate specialist who can counsel or treat the patient, Mr. President.
But it's going to be open to all of these possible ano ba tawag mo dyan? Patients, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
From the kindergarten, grade 1, all the way to the teachers and adults, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Again, and then if they are referred, saan sila po mare-refer? Saan sila punta?
The National Center for Mental Health is one.
In Metro Manila.
Metro Manila,
Yes, what
in
will-
government, some government hospitals will have mental health facilities, Mr. President. So it really depends, no? Because there's no, in mental health, what I understand from our expert, in mental health, there's no one size fits all. The situation is really different for different types of people, different types of students. The experiences are also different. So what's important here is they have early detection, they have what they call mental health first aid, and they have the referral system. That's what Senator Risa mentioned earlier. And the intervention, the referral system is a very important feature that we included in the bill, Mr. President.
Oh, sige, go ahead.
Can I get one?
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Ito.
Senator Risa.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. Just an intervention with the indulgence of the good sponsor and the minority leader. As the good sponsor said, the bill is addressing the whole ecosystem of the mental health system. And just to recall what the mental health law provides, that's the context in which the school-based mental health specialists and associates may refer their students or patients, because the mental health law was envisioned to provide the whole range of psychiatric, psychosocial, and neurological mental health services down to the ground, to the grassroots or community level. So it envisioned not just what we classically would call to mind, yung institution-based services, for example, at the National Center for Mental Health, but more so outpatient services, and even more so community-based mental health services. So as the good sponsor was also saying, ideally, the mental health programs, policies, and services available in schools would be operating in the context of and could refer as needed students or other academic sectors, other stakeholders in the schools to these other sections of the whole mental health system or ecosystem. So immediately beyond the schools at the community or grassroots-based level, the community-based mental health services. So salamat kaayo, Mr. President, and to the good sponsor and minority leader.
If the sponsor will no longer react, Mr. President, so
Yes.
I will. Mr. President, we looked at the definition of terms, section 3, found on page 2, beginning with subparagraph B and then ending with subparagraph C. Yun yung mental health associate tsaka mental health specialist. Ngayon, di ba ang problema po natin, manpower. Is there a way to expand the coverage of the definition so that we will have more possible manpower, Mr. President, to help us implement the program?
Actually, Mr. President, during our hearing in technical working group, the training is very specific to certain type of courses, Mr. President. Like for example, for mental health associate, these are trained to do some form of counseling and assessment, Mr. President. Like for example, a social worker can do, like what Senator Risa mentioned earlier, can do community assessment, or part of his community work is also doing counseling. But in terms of who can perform it, there's only certain types of disciplines or certain types of courses that can do the same, Mr. President. So it cannot be open to, let's say, someone from, let's say, engineering or taking up other courses.
Section 3B mentions other allied disciplines. What would those be, Mr. President? Gusto ko lang po maintindihan yung mga ano yung possible expansion so that we can tap more people, Mr. President.
Yeah. Let me just pull up the some of the allied forces. The others, Mr. President, such as psychometricians, nursing is covered as allied profession, Mr. President.
Ano na?
Allied disciplines, psychometricians and nursing.
Oh, can we spell them out, Mr. President? Ilagay
We
na
can,
natin
Mr.
sila.
President. Yeah, we can.
Ganun na lang siguro.
Yeah,
po, Mr.
it's also
President, para-
it's also indeed hearing when they mention that, Mr. President. Psychometrician.
Sige, Mr. President, I think, Mr. President, the staff are complaining of not mental health issues, but stomach health issues daw, Mr. President. So if the sponsor is okay, if we can just suspend the interpellation tomorrow, we'll wind up tomorrow, Mr. President. Ano lang, just a few remaining topics on this matter, Mr. President. Stomach health issues daw, which might also lead to
Nag-acidity
some
na ako.
other...
Ano na lang ako ng gamot eh. Na fish cracker.
We're sorry about that, Mr. President, but we are following your inspired schedule, Mr. President.
Thank you. Yes, we were planning to anyway end in about 12 minutes, so it's all right. If it's okay with the sponsor, we may continue tomorrow and continue with
Okay,
these
sponsor.
interpellations tomorrow.
Yes, Mr. President, we can continue tomorrow based on our schedule.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2200. So move, Mr. President.
There's a motion to suspend. There's no objection. That motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. This juncture, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, August 15, 2023.
There being no objection to the motion, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tuesday, August 15, 2023. Have a good and safe evening, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. President.